You want to get him one? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First up, I have Mr. Jersey.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on a Frederick Barnett.
Barnett, okay. We're ready on Barnett. Okay.
Calling case number 220-600-9701. The people of the state of Michigan versus Frederick Barnett. The defendant has been charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct for 4th degree force or coercion, sworn notice, HIV STD testing notice, set for probable cause today.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724.
And good morning, Robert Jerzik, P33195 on behalf of Frederick Barnett.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Jersey?
This was a review of a competency hearing. He was found not competent but restorable, and that was this was adjourned to this date to determine to see if he's been restored yet.
I see. Do we have an updated report?
I haven't seen one.
Your Honor, I did receive an updated report. It indicated that the defendant was that the defendant continued to be incompetent but likely restorable.
Okay. So we will refer him for further treatment. Let's set a review date for February 5th, 2024.
February 5th, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Nance.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here on court still bail. I was wondering if you could just pass my matter. I want to see if he's going to appear.
He is. He's
Okay.
in my bringing him
Okay,
out now.
wonderful, wonderful.
Ready for me to call?
As soon as he logs on, because Judge, I do need to get some information from him. If the court wants to pass it until he at least connects his audio, I'm fine with that, Judge.
Ms. Issat.
Yes, Judge.
He hasn't connected his audio though. What can I do for you, Ms. Issat?
Just need an exam date.
You here on night?
Yes.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay. Calling case number 230-595-4201. The people of the state of Michigan versus the defendant Kenneth Knight. The defendant in charge with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder, or by strangulation. That's for probable cause today.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Norleen Isaac on behalf of Kenyatta Knight, PA 3018.
And what's your pleasure?
We just need an exam date.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is November 8th at 9:45?
That works.
November 8th at 9:45, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day. Mr. Johnson.
Hey, good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. How can I help you?
We're going to set an exam date for Mr. Pearson.
Trading on Pearson.
Okay. Calling case number 230-595-2001. The people of the state of Michigan versus Rodney Frank Pearson. The defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, and count 2. Count 3 is police officer assaulting, resisting or obstructing. Count 4, domestic violence, set for probable cause.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Honor, may it please the Honorable Court, Vassal Johnson II, 72130 on behalf of Mr. Pearson. He's present on Zoom and consents to being present on Zoom.
Tell us your name for the record, Mr. Pearson.
Rodney Pearson.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for allowing us to have this PCC today. I did get some discovery from Ms. Drain. I am missing some 911 calls in the interrogation video, but we are inclined to set an exam. If Your Honor isn't going to adjourn another PCC, we can set it for exam.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is November 8th at 11:45?
That works, Your Honor.
All right, November 8th at 11:45, bond will be continued.
And Judge, I did send over a couple orders to the courtroom as well.
Where'd you send it?
Court CTRM234.
Okay.
All right. I'll check out for that.
And,
All right.
and I'll send an email to the officer in charge requesting the 911 calls and the interrogation video.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Drain.
Thanks.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Mr. Parker.
Good morning. I have Paris Warren, PCC.
Okay.
He's in the Wayne County Jail. I would waive his appearance, Your Honor.
Let me call the case. Mr. Pearson, you're all set.
Okay.
Calling case number 230-596-1301, the people of the state of Michigan versus Paris Kendall Warren. The defendant has been charged with count 1, home invasion first degree, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault, count 3 and 4, weapons felony, firearm, count 5, domestic violence, and count 6, assault or assault and battery. Today is the second part of the call.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, James Parker, on behalf of Mr. Paris Warren, P53832. Your Honor, my client, yes, my client is in the Wayne County Jail. I have been in contact with him. I'm asking you to waive his appearance for this hearing.
For to waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I'd like to set this for a preliminary examination. I have not received any type of discovery yet. And certainly I do need that.
And Mr. Parker, I am sending it to you right now, so you will have it in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I didn't know. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
I didn't know who was on this case, so I couldn't send it ahead of time, but it is ready to send. I'm sending it right now.
And who are you sending it to, may I ask?
You directly.
Thank you.
James Parker, you directly. Yes, your
Okay.
email.
Thank you.
Okay.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. House November 8th at 12:15.
That'll be fine.
November 8th at 12:15, the bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Ms. Cross.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here for Miss Silver on Jesse Mabin.
Okay.
Calling case number 230-579-9001. The people of the state of Michigan versus the defendant, Jesse Glenn Mabin. The defendant has been charged with count 1, assault with intent to murder, count 2, robbery armed, count 3, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. The defendant is a habitual offender, forfeits notice. Today is set for competency.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249. I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Elena Rozek.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Kraus, P81830. I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Gabby Silver. I am going to ask to waive Mr. Mabin's appearance. He is in the Wayne County Jail.
For to waive the defendant's presence, do we have an updated report?
We do, Your Honor. We have a report. Mr. Mabin was found incompetent at this time. We would stipulate to that report.
I would stipulate as well, Your Honor.
All right, but they find that he's restorable, is that right?
I am not sure of that information, Judge. I do believe he was found to be restorable.
Okay, so let's set a review date for February 5th, 2024 at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Nance,
Yes, Judge.
I tried to put you in a breakout room with the client.
I know he didn't join.
Mr. Bell, I need you to join the breakout room, okay, so you can speak to your attorney. I think you did. There you go. Mr. Roberts.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, sir. What can I do for you?
I am just logging on for the Samuel Reynolds matter. I did speak with attorney Marable yesterday. I'm just not sure if she's aware of the PCC date for today, so I just wanted to log on in
I
case.
still have you listed as the attorney of record, sir.
She did tell me she submitted a notice of appearance, so I can give her a call, but I'll stay online just in case that hasn't been submitted, and then we can set this for an exam. Thank you.
I'll come back to you. Thank you. Mr. Kenny.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm here on Joseph Jackson, and he's probably in the waiting room, but he couldn't figure out how to get his name on. We can't. He's on a Verizon phone.
Well, I have a Joseph Jackson. In fact, I have two Joseph Jacksons here. I want to make sure I have one. Get some strange people from time to time posing as other people.
Okay, I told him that I would waive his presence if we couldn't get him in. So
Okay, we're ready on Joseph Jackson.
yes, I'm ready. I waive his presence, Your Honor. We're looking for an exam date.
Can we call it?
Yes. Okay. Calling case number 230-595-8301. The people of the state of Michigan versus Joseph Jermaine Jackson. The defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, except for probable cause.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge Robert Kenny, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jackson. I did get some discovery, but the videos I can't open up. I would ask that Miss Drain send them to me again. And we're looking for an exam date, Judge. I started a trial on the 8th in front of Judge Cusick. So 6th, 7th.
I don't know, Mr. Drain, is the 6th too soon? That's Monday?
No, that's not too soon, Judge.
So court will continue to plead not guilty. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination on November 6th at 9:30.
Okay, 9:30.
So I can use, it's the same thing.
We continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Let me see if I find so I can get it. So I did get the other.
Ms. Phelps, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good. What can I do for you?
I'm here on Taiwan Matthews as a competency review, and I would waive his presence. He is in the Wayne County Jail.
Ready on that.
Calling case number 230-564-3001. The people of the state of Michigan versus the defendant, Taiwan Deshaun Matthews. The defendant is being charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree, force or coercion. Counts 2, criminal sexual conduct, fourth degree, force or conversion. Count 3, aggravated indecent exposure. Set for competency hearing.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Natalie Phelps, P83355, appearing on behalf of Mr. Taiwan Matthews, whose presence I would waive for this morning's hearing.
For the waive the defendant's presence, do we have an updated report?
We do, Judge.
And
And they found him to be incompetent still, Judge.
That is correct, Your Honor. People stipulate.
Ms. Phelps?
We would ask that the court adopt the findings of the report.
They find it restorable?
Yes, Judge. And I did reach out to the forensic center yesterday. It's still in the Wayne County Jail. They're expecting maybe 8 more weeks admitted.
They're expecting 8 more weeks to what?
Before he'll be admitted for treatment.
Okay. So I typically give 90 days. So I'll set a review date for February 5th at 8:30.
Great. We'll see you then.
Probably.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Lamb? Mr. Lamb?
Yes, good morning, Judge King.
Good morning, sir. You're here on Founder?
Joshua, yes, sir.
Okay. Ready?
Okay. Calling case number 230-596-0201. The people of the state of Michigan versus Joshua Fondren. The defendant has been charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree, person 13 through 15. Sword notice, HIV, STD testing set for probable cause today.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tiffany Woods, P86189 for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Lamb, P79816, appearing on behalf of Mr. Fondren, who's present via Zoom. Mr. Fondren, will you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Hello, Your Honor. Good morning, and my name is Joshua Fondren.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, at this time, Mr. Fondren is demanding his preliminary examination. I would note that I have received some paper discovery. It does make reference, though, to some green light video and some body-worn camera from 2 officers. I've yet to receive those 3 pieces of video evidence.
People?
Your Honor, I just found out that Mr. Lamb was assigned to the case this morning, so I did go ahead and send over that material to him this morning. I also need him to sign a Kids Talk order. I emailed that to him this morning. So if he could get that back to me, I could get that to you, Judge, today, so I could release all the videos to him.
All right. Let's set this matter for preliminary examination on November 8th at 1:30.
At 1:30? That
Yes.
works for the people.
Lamb?
I can make that work, Your Honor.
All right. November 8th at 1:30.
Understood.
Thank you.
That's in person in 36th District Court, sir. Will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ms. Nance?
Yes, Judge, we're ready.
Okay, we're ready on bail.
Calling case number 230-586-7701. The people of the state of Michigan versus the defendant, court sale, bail. The defendant has been charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 2, domestic violence aggravated, set for probable cause today.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. May it please the court, Janeki Nance, P68686, appearing on behalf of Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell, if you would please unmute your microphone and state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Corsair Bell.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Judge, at this time, we're requesting an in-person preliminary examination. I do have all discovery.
Court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination housed November 8th at 12:30.
That's fine, Judge.
November 8th at 12:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Judge.
Mr. Bell, disconnect.
Mr. Roberts.
And apologies, Judge. I got Miss Marable's voicemail, so I will send her another email just to let her know. If not, then I will just be on the record and we can set this for a date and I'll let her know the date.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. How you doing?
And Judge, just as an update, Miss Marable just called, said that she's about to get on the Zoom.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, sir.
Of course. Would you like me to stay on the Zoom just for the record or?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Marable is here. Good morning, Ms. Marable.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, I retained in on Mr. Reynolds, Samuel Reynolds. If I had it in my, I thought it was up on the 7th for probable cause. And my office, okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're ready.
Calling case number 230-595-4301. The people of the state of Michigan versus Samuel Reynolds. The defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault, except for probable cause today.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning to this honorable court, Carla Marable, P number 62755.
And
Okay,
good
Mr.
morning.
Roberts. You're all set,
Oh, hey.
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you.
Thank
What's
you,
your
Mr.
pleasure?
Robert.
Thank you both.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Marable?
Your Honor, we're gonna hold the preliminary exam. I need the discovery in this case. So Ms. Drain, could you forward me the discovery?
Yes, I will. I will do that today.
The court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is November 8th at 10:30?
This upcoming Wednesday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that'll be fine.
November 8th at 10:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good morning, Wayne County Jail. Anybody there from Wayne County Jail?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
We have one coming for you in just a moment.
What's the name?
Is Taiwan Matthews.
Hey, Mr. Matthews, we've already done. His next court date is February 5th for a competency review.
February 5th?
Yes, sir. Questions. A lot today. I still have one more left. Until. late arriving Mr. Baker. Non-exam. First exam at 10. So how was court yesterday? Anything interesting? Not a thing. Nothing went. Nothing? Nothing. It was like that day before yesterday too. It's kind of unusual. Homicide. I thought it was gonna be interesting like Tuesday or yeah. I only got my truck fixed too. That was kind of cool. Okay, good. I was able to drive here today in my car. Okay. I was impressed. It took all day, but like he showed up late, like he was supposed to have gotten there at 9 p.m. I had to drop it off to him at like 10:30, 11. So he didn't finish till like 5 o'clock. So it took all day, but I was able to accomplish it. Thanks for the. Now, Judge, the new court competition started. What's that? What's that? New court competition is like a fake trial. Oh, it's my trial. The jury, they give a class action, sitting as the judge. Oh, okay. Rate and score. Was that at Wednesday? Yes. Oh, Wednesday. Cool seeing the Steelers yesterday. I said it was cool seeing the Steelers win yesterday. We're still yeah, but I'm always a diehard Lions fan too. I like Lions.
Who's the defendant? Okay. Okay. Your Honor,
Yes.
that was the witness on Jackson case. She said she on the waiver, it's gonna be a bill late.
Oh. Okay. Well, Don Jackson.
Yeah.
How you doing, Mr. Pope? Yes, sir, Mr. Pope.
Hey, good morning, Judge. I have two things. I spoke to Ms. Drain about that matter from yesterday where my client needs to go and do some banking and run some errands, but he's on house arrest and can't get it done through the tether unit. So I will put together a stipping order and send it over. Ms. Drain said she had no objections.
Okay, no problem.
And then the second thing is I have a young lady that's coming from juvenile, and I just looked and saw that I guess she's going to be on your docket. She's going to be coming in as an adult. I'm trying to find out if a preliminary exam or a PCC is set up for her.
Has she been arraigned yet?
I don't think she's been arraigned in circuit court because initially we did the initial appearance in juvenile. But I was told today she's going to be tried as an adult.
Okay. Well, they will set the PCC, and as you know, I set the exam date.
Yes. I'm just trying to catch up with her because I don't have any information in terms of where the case is now. So maybe I'll try to go on the 9th floor and see what they say. Okay, I'll find it out, Judge. All right, thanks.
Or just approach or you're.
Yes, sir.
And you've been over it for a while, so pop in, say hi to you. You know, that's good. Where you been? I got, First, thank you. I appreciate that. And I've been here since 2 years, so I was just, so, you know, actually, I had to shoot. Something else. All right, thanks, Justin.
Say hi. See you. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, Jackson.
Mr. Johnson is on the phone. That's he's asking about the order that he faxed that he emailed.
I didn't get it. He sent out the report.
Oh, he sent you a quote?
What's up, yeah, just yeah.
Mr. Jackson. Hey, how you doing today? Thank you. Yeah.
Ms. Drain,
Yes, Judge.
your complaining witness on the first case of the day called and indicated she was running a little late, but she was on her way.
Okay. Okay, no problem. I just walked in the building. I'll be upstairs in a moment. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
your complaint here yet? Mr. Jefferson, can I help you? She hear me, screen? She made it come. Actually, let's see. Officer.
Yes.
Defendant said he has to go to the bathroom.
Is Russell?
Ms. Drain, did you try to call me? She's not here about 2:30. Let's have Mr. Jackson.
Right.
Calling case 2359488 for the state of Michigan versus Donald Remains Jackson. He was charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. He has a conviction and report of assault. Appearances for the record.
This is Baron Lynch, Your Honor, case number 84589.
Morning, Cardinal, 8-080, on behalf of Don John Jackson.
Tell me your name, Mr. Jackson.
Morning, my name is Don Remains Jackson.
There's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, let me speak to my brother.
Sure, thank you. Are we ready to proceed?
No, Judge, I am not able to proceed at this time. Shelley Drink for the legal. I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's date time for hearing. It is now after 10:30. She is not present. I realize that she did say that she was late, but I haven't even been able to get in contact. And I did just try to.
Like you said, she called the court earlier today and indicated that she was running late, but she would be on the way. I can't imagine where in the city of Detroit it would take this long to get to that energy, at least 40-45 minutes ago. It's a matter of schedule for 9 o'clock. The time is now, 10 o'clock, the time is now 10:33. We plan with still to appear. According to me to entertain motion by the town.
Your Honor, I would ask for a motion to dismiss, ask for a dismissal.
So ordered, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to introduce you to Brenda, that she's new with our office.
Hi, Ms. Nick.
So,
Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
So we're in a good place.
Yes.
Yes.
She's listed.
Elder,
She's specifically with elder abuse, so
I see.
but she'll be over here a lot, so.
Okay. Well, you're in good company with Mr. Green.
Oh, yes.
Take cash out of Mr. Green.
So I have to say.
Oh, really? Oh, my goodness. Looking at my stuff level again. You know that's what we-
Yeah. It's starting to get a little popular.
It is, especially in church.
Like more and more people are really starting to make. When you're selling. And doing the
So I know a guy, and I predicted second back in 1999. His conviction was overturned in the assistance council. He was granted a new trial. Prosecutor's office decided not to prosecute.
Do the paperwork.
Gotcha. Yeah. What's wrong?
I'm telling you, okay, then.
Yes, sir. Victim showed up, but Miss Drain is gone. So I'm getting her in touch with Miss Drain. Can you have her step in? Yeah, sure. Just step right here. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello.
Tell me your name.
Audrey Berry.
What's the last name?
Berry.
Ms. Berry. So I understand you called the court this morning and told us that you were running late. Where were you coming from?
Fullerton, and I had to use someone's phone to get on the lift app to get down. I don't drive.
Oh, where's your phone?
Broke. But I'm about to go get another.
So what did you call us from?
The neighbor's phone.
We were trying to contact you. And I can't wait all day. This matter was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It's a quarter after 10. So the matter's been dismissed, but it's been dismissed without prejudice, which means that it can be brought back. So we're gonna put you in contact with Ms. Drain. And they may reissue the warrant, and we'll have to start this process all over.
So is there a possibility he can get out of jail today?
Yes.
So now I got a grip on myself. After this man has stabbed me and beat the doors out of me for years. It's not right.
Now, why were you late?
I don't drive.
I understand.
And I had to use someone's phone to get a ride.
Wait a minute. You knew you weren't driving for how long?
I knew I wasn't driving, but it's my fault for being late.
I can't just The attorneys have places to do, I have things to do as well. You can't wait indefinitely thinking that you're going to show up. Okay, so you have to plan a little better the next time in getting here timely, or at least getting the phone so that you know how to get in contact. Trying to reach Mr. Drain, trying to call you, find out how much longer you're going to be. I waited as long as I possibly could.
All right.
Hey, come on. What's wrong? Oh, yeah. Yeah. We wait for it?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, you doing that. Right. Okay, you too. What's going on? Some leaves yesterday. Did you do them yourself? Yeah, but I'm looking at I had 7 balances on the phone. Cause I ain't doing that. I said, I'm doing it to myself. I'm averaging like 6 bags a week until Thanksgiving. Halfway. You see that big tree coming out. Well, you don't want to be paying people every week. Oh, no. Last weekend I was running around with other stuff. Oh, okay. I did yesterday. I did the driveway. I did the driveway to the grass and I had it today. I did a yard yesterday, and I just chopped up my lawnmower, chopped them up. You mulched it? Yeah, I mulched them up. I got big 48 inch. I was really just doing a cut. You know, okay, that's probably my last cut for the season. I got one to do probably either today. It's supposed to rain tonight. Okay, so but I end up mulching these up so that all his leaves ain't been up. You see, I got some big old leaves. Good. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. Read down to 12:15. I'm gonna lock the door.
Yes, sir.
All right.
With the block. Okay, is that the term?
Yes. Yes.
Indiana? Oh, yeah. Okay. Right now, yeah, he said that, he's over at Frank Martin, he getting ready to join in.
Prosecutor on that.
Oh, no. It was Kent. It was Kent. It's Tonto. Yeah.
So we are down to 12:15. Mr. Vicker.
The last film I'm doing.
You forget about me, Mr. Vicker?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Did you forget about me?
Well, Your Honor, I didn't have it down to on the calendar, Your Honor. I'm not 100% certain why. So I do apologize, Your Honor. I have not received any materials from the center regarding Mr. Blunt. I was just actually going over his situation, trying to, because I don't think that he, quite frankly, I think he's got caught in the delays of the forensic center.
Okay. I don't know if we have an updated report either. I haven't seen it.
I have not, Your Honor. I've been searching. I actually was just speaking to Mr. Blunt's mother at length about his situation, and was going to follow up with the forensic center to find out what exactly was going on. So I do apologize. I don't have more information about that.
Okay. Do you remember who the APA is on this?
I just give me a second, Your Honor. I just need to ring through. It's been Mr. Blunt has, yes, I believe it is Mr. Kleinfeld.
I haven't seen him either.
I did not have it down, Your Honor. I'm not sure why. I apologize, but I didn't have it down.
They get in the system for December 15th, but it says for competency here. But it has days they took.
Did we get a report back? That may be the reason why. I may have given them a December date, but then the report comes back early. And you have to set it within 2 days.
And you know what? It says forensic report received that.
Yeah. So that's probably what's going on, Mr. Vicker. We probably got a report back, and that's why you didn't know about this date.
Understood, Your Honor.
We scheduled it within 10 days of receiving the report.
I understand.
So the client probably didn't know about it either. So
right.
I'll put this over till Monday.
Your Honor, can we possibly do some other date than Monday? Monday morning is, I can't even describe to you how bad Monday morning is, Your Honor. And I actually start a trial on Monday morning as well.
Well, you're gonna have to fit me in somewhere. I was going
Understood.
to say
Understood. Could we possibly try to do it nearer to the lunch hour? Or I can come at right at 8:30. I mean, I can be on at 8:30.
I'll be here at 8:30, or you can do Tuesday at 8:30. Is that better?
At this point, Your Honor, I don't know, because I expected to be in trial on both days.
I'll be here at 8:30.
Understood, Your Honor. I will.
See if you can reach out to Mr. Kleinfeld and let him know we have a report back as well. I don't know what the report reads. I haven't seen it yet, but our system says it's been received.
Is it? I was just going to say, is it possible for the court to send it to me, because I haven't received it, at least unless it came, unbeknownst to me, and is. So
we're gonna have to locate it as well. I'm not sure. You have to. Yes. Okay, we're gonna send you the report as well. Okay.
Understood, Your Honor.
I'll give you a heads up. They find it competent.
Is there any way that we? Is there any way that we could try for Wednesday?
Okay. Wednesday at 8:30?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, reach out to Mr. Kleinfeld for me, please.
Okay.
Let him know we have a report that finds him competent.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, you too. Thank you.
So she was up there. She was just. Okay, I'll see you next time.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. No, but I got it.
Hey, how you doing, boss?
Okay. Do you have the example? I guess so. Do you have both? Yes. She's ample. She had a little I'm dead. I don't hear that.
Everybody's here?
All the players are here on the 12:15. And most of the players are here on the 12:30 too.
12:15.
Okay.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Dante Gillen. Calling case 2359383, people of the state of Michigan versus Dante Wayne Gillen. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree, force or coercion. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Carolyn Solari, P number 86651, the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, and for the staff, Veronica Walrad, NDS P85665, on behalf of Mr. Gillum, beside me in the courtroom. Can you state your name for the record?
It is a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, the people are ready to proceed.
Yes, Your
How many witnesses will there be?
Your Honor, we are calling two witnesses.
Do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to bring before you call witnesses?
No, Your Honor. Oh, there is one, Your Honor. I will be admitting this exhibit, the defendant's advisement of rights.
No objection for the purposes of exam.
Okay, that's gonna be people's exhibit one.
People's exhibit one, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Sorry?
People's exhibit one is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's call your witness.
Your Honor, the people call Amor Knox. Amor Knox.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to you. Voice up nice and loud and speak to that microphone. And that hair gear that you have on, is that for religious purposes?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. Speak directly to that microphone for us, okay? Maybe begin when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Knox. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name once more for the record? Amor Knox. Ms. Knox, I would like to direct your attention to the date of April 15th, 2022. Where were you that morning? Family Dollar. Do you know where that Family Dollar is located? Where is it located? East on Woodward, Main Street, and Gratiot. So once more, Ms. Knox, 60 Gratiot location.
Is that turned on? Do you see the red light?
No, sir.
Turn it on.
It's on now.
There you
And is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
County of Wayne?
Yes,
And what were you doing at that Family Dollar that morning?
I was looking to purchase a mop.
Okay. And at some point while you're searching to get a mop, do you encounter anyone that you see in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Would you please identify that individual by pointing to them and describing an article of clothing that they're wearing?
and glasses.
Are there any other articles of clothing that individual is wearing that you could describe for the court?
No, there's only his glasses.
You said his glasses. I see two people over there wearing glasses. You said this was the male.
Yes, it's a male.
The witness has identified Dante Wayne Gillen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Knox, when did you first make contact with the defendant?
I made contact with the defendant when I was in the aisle and he asked me, do I need any, he greeted himself and he said, do I need any assistance?
And what did you say in response?
I said, yes, I was in a rush and I was, trying to compare the brooms and, make brief conversation about the broom. And I was, taking my time to find which one I wanted.
Let me ask you, what was he wearing at the time you initially encountered him at Family Dollar?
If I'm not mistaken, I know it was his uniform, but it was a hoodie on. I know he had on a uniform.
What color was, if you recall, Ms. Knox, what was the color of his top?
Red.
Okay. Was there anything else that stood out to you that he was wearing on that day?
No, I know he wore glasses though.
Okay. And so what happened after you were asking him for the mops?
What happened after he was asking me for the mops? We made brief conversation and I went back to turn towards the mops to still choose because I was definitely in a rush. And I went back to choosing which mop I was going to decide. And that's when he took advantage.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. So did you state that you were facing towards the mops?
Yes.
Okay, so what was behind you?
I didn't know nothing was behind me when I was facing towards the mop. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
I was talking to him and then afterwards I faced towards the mop.
You stated he took advantage. What do you mean by that?
When I was looking away and deciding which mop I was going to get again after we was speaking, when I turned away, that's when I felt the 3 senses of what he did to me.
You felt the what?
3 senses.
What are the 3 senses?
The first thing I felt was heat on my neck. It was heat on my neck, his breath and his voice exalted. I could feel his voice close to my ear.
Sorry to interrupt you, go ahead.
And then that's when I felt his penis touch my butt, and that's when I turned around.
Okay, and what part of your butt did you feel his penis?
It was about the mid of my butt, like the mid part of my butt.
Can you further describe when you say what part of your butt?
I would say the cheek of my butt, like the mid cheek.
Mid cheek, do you recall which cheek?
No, I don't recall which cheek, but I know I felt it on my butt cheek.
Okay. And how did that make you feel in that moment?
At first, I wasn't aware. I was shocked. I was angry. I had a lot of emotions, but once I got in the car to let my family know what happened.
I'm gonna stop you right there. I meant in that moment.
In that moment, I was mad. I was angry. I was shocked. It was just all type of emotions running through, adrenaline. It was a lot of emotions.
And what did you do afterwards?
I yelled. I was saying he sexually harassed me. I know I'm not going crazy. Where's your manager? Where's your manager? He needs to be fired. I was just seeking employment, seeking to pull up the videos and yelling, he sexually harassed me and to get the manager to pull up the video.
I would just ask that the questions be asked.
That wasn't terribly narrative.
Okay, so you stated that at one point you made contact with someone you believe to be a manager, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said they obtained what exactly?
They obtained the video.
Okay. Did you see that video?
Yes.
What did that video reflect?
Can you tell us what the video reflected? Best evidence would be the video itself.
Here, I'll move on. After you obtained the video, after you've spoken to the manager, what did you do next?
When I obtained the video, I asked if she saved it. I asked for his information, and that was it.
At any point after the incident, did you file a police report?
Yes.
Do you recall when you filed a police report?
Later on that day, after work.
And why did you wait till later that day?
I waited till later that day. I had to process a lot, and I talked to one of my godfathers to file a police report.
Okay. Did you want to file a police report?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's wrong.
And since the incident, how have you felt?
Since this incident, I feel more anxious. I'm definitely more in, like, now becoming aware of my surroundings and like limiting my space. And I keep mace on me. I keep something on me to protect myself. And every time I go somewhere to handle business, it definitely reminds me of that incident.
And let me ask you, going back to the date of the incident, when the defendant's penis, as you testified, and tell me if I'm mistaken, touched your butt cheek, did you want him to do that?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
So, when you testified that you felt something touch your butt, you were facing towards the mops on the wall?
That's correct.
Okay. So you weren't able to see Mr. Gilliam or anyone else around you at the store that day?
No.
Okay. And so you made an inference then that it was his penis that touched it, correct? Rather than seeing it directly?
Yes.
Okay. So there's some possibility that it could be a hand or other part of the body or a part of clothing, correct?
Not in the video, that wasn't.
Can't testify to what's on the video because it hasn't been shown, based on your visual observation from that moment.
Based on what happened, his penis touched my butt.
You didn't see that in the moment that it was happening?
No, I didn't see it, but that was most likely, yes, that was his penis.
And it sounds like you spoke to family on the phone before you spoke to the police.
Correct.
And it sounds like they may have encouraged you to file a police report.
Correct.
Okay, so you spoke to them before you spoke to the police.
Correct.
And you talked to them about how you felt about what had happened?
Yes.
And they talked to you about how they felt about what you were saying?
Objection. You're saying.
I'm not asking for any particular statements that were made. I'm asking for the general content of the conversation to see whether it influenced what was reported.
Why don't you just ask that?
Okay. They voiced opinions about what you should tell to the police or that you should talk to the police?
They didn't voice.
Objection, Your Honor. That is still listening hearsay.
Did anyone tell you what to say to the police?
They didn't tell me nothing to say. They said one statement, follow a police report, that's it.
Okay. And I know that this was touched on right at the beginning, but this happened about a year and a half ago, correct?
Correct.
And so today you're recalling events from over a year ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your memory of what the person at the store looked like that day was wearing glasses and correct?
Correct.
Without no more physical detail than that, right?
I know exactly what he looked like. I know he's him standing right there.
No further questions at this time.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few questions. Ms. Knox, just to follow up. In the moment that you felt what you believed to be the defendant's penis against your butt cheek, what did you feel exactly? Can you describe that feeling?
Yes, I can describe the feeling. The feeling was, it was hard. I felt three senses. The first senses I felt was the heat on my neck, and his voice was in my ear, close. So the third sense would make me turn around, my mind to turn around was when his butt touched my cheek. That was the last sense that made me just turn around.
You said his butt touched you?
I mean, his penis touched my cheek, my butt cheek.
And how soon after he touched you did you turn around?
It was like, it took a second, and then when I felt something, then I turned around.
Okay, and when you turned around, where was he facing?
He was facing behind me. He was facing behind me.
What do you mean by facing behind?
He was behind me. So he was facing towards the mop as well, like he was facing behind me.
So when you turned around, were you facing each other?
Yes, when I turned around, and he was close in my way. And I'm like, did you just touch me?
And what did he say?
He didn't say anything. When I was yelling, I was screaming, sexually harassed me. He didn't say anything. He was just shaking his head.
I want to also touch upon testimony on cross that your family or whomever you spoke to after the incident had encouraged you to file a police report. What do you mean by encouraged?
Encouraged, I got advice. I don't have a father, so he's my second father. So I told him what happened. I was emotional. I felt disgusted. And I was really, at that point, really taking down all what happened. And I told him exactly what happened. And he said, file a police report.
But what do you mean by encouraged?
Encouraged means he gave me advice. That was the advice that he gave me.
Did you feel like you had to file a police report?
Yes.
Why did you feel like you had to?
I feel like I had to file a police report because it's sexual harassment. That's not a normal thing to do. That is the evil concupiscence. That's something that needs to be it needs to be judgment for that. Because it's
Okay,
kids.
I'm gonna stop you right there. Did anyone force you or
No,
make you?
nobody forced me.
So sorry, Ms. Knox, just let me finish the question.
Okay.
Just so that the record accurately reflects what I'm saying and what you're saying.
Mhm.
Did anyone force you to file this police report?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step in. Next witness.
Your Honor, the people call Officer Walter Brent.
Sir, please give your name and spell it to the court report.
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat for the response. Mike, and this, everybody speaking so loud and clear. Okay, begin when you're ready.
Your Honor, if I just may have one moment. Good afternoon, officer. Would you please state your name once more for the record?
Officer Walter Brent.
I want to direct your attention to the date of October 19th, 2023. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Dante Wayne Gillum on that date?
Yes, I did.
And do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Officer, would you kindly identify that individual by pointing to them and identifying an article of clothing that they're wearing?
Yes, Mr. Dante Gillum is right here. He's wearing a gray, and I believe black shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
So,
Where did you speak to the defendant?
At police headquarters,
And where is that located?
1301 3rd Street.
And who was present at this interview?
Just him, Mr. Dante Gillum, and myself.
I'm sorry, what was the first name?
Just Mr. Dante Gillum and myself.
And is he employed by
No, I'm sorry, he's the defendant on my case.
Dante Wayne Gillum?
Yes.
And the first individual that you mentioned?
Myself, it was Dante Gillum
And
and myself.
yourself?
Yes,
And are you currently employed by the Detroit Police Department?
yes, ma'am.
In what capacity?
I am a police officer, investigator for sex crime.
And how long have you been in that capacity?
I've been at sex crimes for almost 5 years.
So at this point that I want to direct your attention back to October 19th, 2023. When you were speaking to Mr. Gillum, was he arrested at this point?
No, he was not.
Okay, and did you advise him of his rights prior to speaking to him?
Yes, I did.
What were those rights?
That he had the right to an attorney, he didn't have to speak with me if he didn't. And then I offered him and read him his rights as well.
And what were those other rights? Did you?
Yes, and so the vital rights form is, constitutional rights is a matter of letting him know that he does not have to speak with me on these terms. He can have an attorney present or lawyer, which I stated to him, and he stated that he wanted to make a statement.
Did he acknowledge that he understood each of those rights?
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I'm approaching Officer Brent with what has been already admitted as People's Exhibit 1, showing defense counsel. May I approach this witness, Your Honor?
Right.
Officer Gillum, I ask that you review this form. And once you're done, take a look at me.
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Brent. Do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that document?
Constitutional rights.
Is that the constitutional rights that you were referring to as it relates to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the signature of the defendant on that day, October 19th, 2023, for his advisement of rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it related to the case before this court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what the date and time he signed was?
Date was October 19th. I can't remember the exact time.
Do you have any reason to dispute it was around 6:30 p.m.?
No.
And Your Honor, may I publish at this time?
No.
Thank you.
Were you moving for a submission?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
And
This is an exam.
So Officer Brent, what, if anything, did the defendant say to you after you
Before
gave?
we get there, do you have any voir dire for voluntary?
Prior to interviewing Mr. Gilliam, did you confirm that he was not intoxicated?
I did not.
You did not. Was there anything about his mannerisms that would indicate that he may have been?
No.
Did you confirm that he was able to read and write?
Yes.
And otherwise understand his rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense is satisfied as to voluntariness.
What makes the finding that the defendant knowingly voluntarily intended to state?
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Brent, what, if anything, did he say to you at this time when you spoke to him?
I asked him, did he know why he was here? He spoke of another incident prior. And I advised him that's not the incident that I have him there for. I told him why he was there. I explained to him the incident that I was investigating. And then I asked him, did he recall working at Family Dollar?
Okay, and what, if anything, did he say about, did he speak to you about an incident that occurred at the Family Dollar on or around? One moment, Your Honor. Did he speak to you about an incident that occurred on or around April of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did he say?
He stated that, he do recall working there. I asked him, do you recall the incident touching? He stated, yeah, I do recall the incident touching. He spoke with me briefly about how he was assisting and he bumped up against a young lady.
Did he say anything else?
I'm pretty sure he did. I can't remember exactly everything he said with the word.
Would it refresh your recollection to show you your report at that time?
Yes.
I don't know that he said he can't remember any specific thing, questions, just that he generally doesn't remember anything.
So she can refresh your recollection as to generally what was said.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer Brett, I'm handing you what appears to be a statement form along with the advisement of rights,
Yes, ma'am.
which was incorporated in the report. I'd ask that you take a review, and once you're done looking, please look up at me.
Yes.
Let me ask you this first. Have you ever encountered an individual by the name of Amor Knox?
Yes, ma'am.
In what capacity have you encountered Ms. Knox?
Ms. Knox is the complainant on my case.
And circling back to the report I just provided you, was your memory refreshed?
Yes.
Okay, what, if anything else, did Mr. Gillum say to you on that date?
Mr. Gillum stated to me that he was helping a young lady, which is my complainant, Ms. Knox. And while he was helping her, he looked back to see if the coast was clear, and then he rubbed his penis against her buttocks.
Did he say why?
He said, excuse my French, he said she had fat ass.
Approach the witness. No further questions.
Prosecutor?
You said that you had to inform Mr. Gillum of what event you were there to talk about.
Yes.
Or to talk about it, sorry. And did you do that by giving him a summary of the event in question?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that was when he told you?
Yes.
And you told him that you had reviewed video of it already?
Yes.
And then you
Yes.
and the incident itself, as you're aware, occurred in April of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this interview took place in October of this year.
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
I was not able to get in touch with Mr. Gilliam, and also our case had just been reviewed and actually signed and sent to me.
Okay, so it had just some
Just
administrative
took
delay.
time with the process.
Okay, no further questions for this witness at this time.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step.
Thank you, sir.
Any other witnesses for the people?
One moment, Your Honor. No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
People?
Your Honor, the people ask for Your Honor to bow over on all counts and to reserve arguments.
Defense would object without argument.
Court, after hearing the testimony of the two witnesses, Ms. Knox as well as the police officer, satisfied people that their burden of probable cause as it relates to charges contained in the complaint warrant. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. Defendant will be found over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be November 17th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Sir.
Your Honor,
Yes.
did you indicate which courtroom? Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. It's normally. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Is it over the chairman's summary?
Is it 866?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I said, well, I'll right quick, it's away in that. No, that's a Abu. It's a waiver. Oh, yeah. I was both wrong. I said I would.
Calling case 2359261, for the state of Michigan versus Abdel Abdullah Alamar. And is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree, force over urgent. Here's for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sonam Mokhtisi on behalf of people, E83929.
Yeah, good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is David Raj, my phone number is 68273. I represent Mr. Al-Amari, who's here present in the courtroom standing to my left. Can you tell the judge your name? Abdul Al-Amari.
Is the date time set for preliminary examination, counsel?
Yeah, so I talked to my client about his right to a preliminary examination, what the preliminary examination is all about. Prosecutor having to prove that a crime was committed by honest evidence that my client committed it. Talked to him about it. After that discussion, you have to waive that right.
All right, let me get you guys to sign the waiver. Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. So you understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, which was probable cause to believe you committed.
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Does anyone promise you anything?
No.
Are you waiving the right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No, Judge.
Court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely, and therefore binding to go to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, Criminal Division for criminal proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be November 17th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued. Thank you, sir. I need to file that.
Yeah. Thank you, Judge.
No, you just pass it.
Have a good day, Judge.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you. Do you need the spelling by the? Okay.
So we make a prosecutor sign.
39.
Thank you.
$100 joke.
Thank you.
Dang, every time my nephew tell me, tell you something, I forget. He told me to tell, yeah. What was it? Yeah, that was it. I thought he was saying, I didn't know what he was saying, on blue or something.
So next case is not till 1:30.
Well, sir, 1:30.
was pretty fast and civil for witnesses and everything. That was pretty fast. I said that was pretty fast.
Was that advantage?
Yeah.
I mean, pretty simple touch.
I thought it was gonna be a video or something.
I thought so too.
Huh?
Video, why not show it?
Yeah, they brought it up. I was wondering. I mean, I believe her. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't think.
The whole thing up close to her and she felt his breath on her neck.
Yeah, that's pretty specific.
Preparation for tomorrow. Reading the case.
Gentlemen, Judge, how are you? How are you? Good. Okay. Hello there, young man.
This town, James, this is my fifth one today.
Your fifth exam?
Yeah, it was next door for the last 3 hours.
Save the best for last.
Maybe best looking, but that's about it, Judge.
As I get security here, we'll call it.
I do. There was I sent you a packet from PBK. It's all the same. You saw your, Mr. Cassius? Yep. Okay, I'll put him in. Oh, perfect. You should be the only one. There's a page when we look at the PBK stuff. There's a page connected because they attach the link to the statement. So I have to put that. Maybe that surprises.
Hey, Dan. Are you going to sing very loud?
Calling case 2359378, people of the state of Michigan versus Robert Michael Arizona. Defendant is charged with count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated, count 2 felony firearm. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is James Kehoe, and my P number is 82812 on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stanford Shulman, P43230, appearing on behalf of Robert Arizona.
Robert Michael Arizona.
Is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Do you have any witnesses for the people?
One, maybe two, Judge.
Do you have any preliminary matters before we begin?
Yes, Your Honor. One preliminary matter would be to sequester any witnesses. I believe the defendant's family is in the hallway. I don't know if you want-
They come in.
I have no objection, obviously.
So long as they're not witnesses. There are no other witnesses in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. Any other preliminary matters?
Just one at this point for the people, Judge. At this point, there's going to be a stipulation for preliminary examination purposes only, Judge, as to the identification of the deceased, which was Adrian Yante.
Yes, Your Honor. Purpose of preliminary exam.
And then, thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, I move for the admission of the medical examiner's report, Judge.
No objection. Purpose of exam.
Admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. May I just read a brief portion of that into the record, Judge?
Yes.
Your Honor, before you do, I was remiss to fail to mention that I may have represented the complainant many, many years ago. I looked through my file list and had someone with the same name, it's common name, but I talked to Mr. Pearson about that. There's no issues at this point.
Mr. Pearson, please stand up, sir. Your counsel has brought to your attention that there's a possibility, you're not sure, but a possibility that he may have represented the complainant witness at some earlier time. He's an old guy, he's been around a long time, he's represented many people. I have no issue with him representing in this case, is that right? All right,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you. Mr. Kehoe, call your witness.
I'm back to the county report, Judge.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And this is from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner, postmortem report number 23-12449. This was performed by Dr. Lee Lavity, Assistant Medical Examiner on Adrian Yante, back on October 9th, 2023. Your summary opinion is my opinion that death was caused by multiple 6 gunshot wounds. There was no evidence of close range fire on the skin surrounding any of these wounds. There was no bullet or part of bullet recovered from any of the wound tracks except for GSW number 3 described below. There was a grazed gunshot wound on the left forearm labeled GSW number 1 with injury to the skin only. There was an entrance gunshot wound on the top of the left shoulder labeled GSW number 2. The wound track passed through the mediastinum and right lung and exited, had an exit wound on the right chest. Associated injuries include bleeding in the right chest cavity. The wound track goes from back to front, left to right, and slightly downward with the body due to the standard anatomical position. There was an entrance gunshot wound on the posterior right shoulder labeled GSW number 3. Wound track passed through the right shoulder muscle, soft tissue, right humerus with fracture, and into the right upper arm muscle. The wound track was from back to front, left to right, and slightly downward when the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. The torn jacketed bullet was recovered from the right arm and retained. There was an entrance gunshot wound on the left chest, labeled GSW number 4. The wound track passed through the left lung and ended at an exit wound on the left back. Associated injuries included bleeding into the left chest cavity. The wound track was from front to back and slightly downward when the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. There was an entrance gunshot wound on the right back, labeled GSW number 5. Wound tract passed through the liver and ended at an exit wound in the left lower chest. Associated injuries include bleeding in the abdominal cavity. The wound tract was from back to front and right to left from the body disputed at standard anatomical position. There was a grazed gunshot wound on the right posterior forearm labeled GSW number 6 with injuries to the skin only. The manner of death is homicide, and that was signed by Dr. Labby on October 10th, 2023. Your Honor. At this time, the people called Tyler Cad's out to the stand, Your Honor.
Sir, please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Can't hear you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Voice up nice and loud and speak to that microphone. You begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Cadzow. Could you just state your name for the record, please, sir?
Tyler Kenzo.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to draw your attention to the evening hours of October 8th, 2023. Okay, sir? Where were you that night, sir?
At a bar, at a strip club.
Okay, and who were you with at that time?
Adrian Monte.
How long were you guys at the strip club?
About 2 hours.
Okay. After you left the strip club, where did you go?
We got a car accident.
Before the car accident, whose vehicle were you in?
My car.
Okay. Who was driving?
Adrian Monte.
What kind of vehicle was your vehicle?
Dodge Durango.
About what time was the car accident that night?
I believe around 10.
Okay, that'd be 10 p.m.
Yes.
Where in what area was this car accident?
Michigan Avenue.
What city?
Detroit.
After the car accident, or while you were at the scene, what do you do?
I understand the question.
When you're at the scene of the car accident, what's the next thing that happens? There's a car accident, and then what happens?
He left and the police came and they took my car.
You say he, was that Mr. Yante?
Yes.
And after you interacted with the police, was anyone else present with you at that time?
No.
So after dealing with the police after the police accident, where do you go?
I got picked up.
By who?
By Rob.
Okay. How long have you known Rob?
About 2 years.
Okay. How often would you see the man you call Rob?
Frequently.
You say frequently, multiple times a week, day?
Yeah, a lot. Most times a week.
Okay. You said this was over a period of 2 years?
Yeah.
When you said Rob, you kind of pointed to someone in the courtroom. Do you see the man you know as Rob today?
Yeah.
Where is he seated, and can you identify an article of clothing that he's wearing? Where is he seated, sir? You're pointing to my left, is that correct?
I'll stipulate to identity.
So no,
Thank you. So Rob came to pick you up, is that what you said?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time that was?
No.
After Rob picks you up, well, when he comes to pick you up, what is Rob in? What kind of vehicle?
A Silver Explorer.
Where do you go after you're picked up?
That's when I need to get my keys from Adrian.
speaking to the microphone.
I told him I needed to get my keys from Adrian.
Okay.
And I told him where you live.
How many people were in the car at this point?
3. Or us 3.
When you say us three, who's the third person?
Brian.
Do you know?
Lopez.
Okay. So you told Rob where Adrian lives, is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
When we got there, I got out and walked up to the house.
Where, what city did Adrian live?
In Detroit.
Okay, do you recall what street this was on?
Lafayette and Ellesmere.
Okay. So you go to the door, what happens next?
His uncle standing in the door, and I said, "Where's Adrian at?"
Without telling us what, his uncle might have told you, what happens next?
Adrian came out
Okay.
of the house, started walking down the sidewalk.
What happens after Mr. Yante walks out of the side, or walks out of the house, excuse me?
We were exchanging words.
When you say exchanging words,
He said,
was this friendly?
sorry?
Was this friendly?
No.
Okay. What's happening?
He said he was gonna beat my ass, and then walking further down, he said, "I'm gonna shoot you, I'm gonna shoot you."
Okay, what is he, so you're describing what he's saying, what is he doing at this point?
He's walking towards me.
Okay, what if anything is he holding?
I wasn't watching his hand, I was looking at his face.
Okay,
His hands were down, like, by his waist.
did he ever raise his hands?
No.
Okay, so he's walking towards you, where are you standing at this point?
On the sidewalk.
Okay, and what happens next after he starts walking towards you?
After he came to the gate, I heard shots and I ran.
When you say you heard shots, where was Mr. Yante at that point?
In front of me,
What was he doing?
walking toward me still.
At that point, did you see him with anything?
No,
Okay, so you hear gunshots. Where are the gunshots coming from?
I don't recall. I just heard the gunshots start running.
Okay. Who else was with you at that moment?
It was just me and Adrian.
Okay, where was Rob?
I'm not sure.
What about little Brian?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So you start running. Where do you start running to?
Across the street.
Well, first, before that, how many gunshots did you hear?
I feel like 5, 6.
Okay, how quick were these gunshots?
I don't recall, like, I remember the first 3 I started running
You start running, where do you run to?
straight across the street behind a car.
What do you do next?
Then I see AJ laying on the ground, so I went up.
When you say AJ, is that?
Adrian, I'm sorry.
Okay. Where was he laying on the ground?
Like close to a car.
Okay.
Yeah, parked in front of his house.
Do you know whose car that was?
No.
Where is everyone else?
I'm not sure.
Okay. What about the Silver Explorer? Where's that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you at any point see the Silver Explorer again?
No.
Not that night?
No.
So while you're running, where is the Explorer?
I wasn't paying attention to it. I was just trying to get covered.
Okay. Did you hear anything?
No.
So I want to go back to just before the gunshots. You were standing where?
On the sidewalk, on his house, on the gate.
And where is Mr. Yante?
He's walking down the steps. They have a walk of concrete going to the door, and he was coming walking down that.
Okay. And where was Mandy Paul Rob?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know if he was still in the meeting?
I don't remember.
So you remember giving a statement in this case, sir?
Yes.
Remember talking about where Rob was standing in that statement, sir?
No, I don't really remember it too much because I was under the influence still.
Okay, well, looking at your statement, help refresh your memory, sir. May I approach that?
No.
We're not going to approach on page 4 of the statement. I'm going to ask you to read the question, not the answer, sir. You can hold that. Just read it to yourself.
What makes you think?
No, read it to yourself, not out loud. Refresh your memory, sir? You're saying it doesn't refresh your memory.
No,
When did you talk to the police about this?
that night,
Okay,
I was when I called the police.
what about, Ryan Lopez, where is he standing at that point?
I'm not sure.
You ever see him in the car?
No,
What about Rob?
no,
How many firearms did you see?
0.
When you and, Mr. Yonsey were speaking, what was your interaction like?
We were yelling back and forth. He said, I'm gonna beat your ass.
What about physically?
No, nothing physical.
After you've recovered over by the car, where is the Silver Explorer at that point?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was focused on Adrian laying the street.
Okay, well, after you went over to Adrian in the street, did you see the Silver Explorer then?
No,
Okay. Was anyone else around?
Adrian's uncle,
Okay. What was he doing?
he was just standing there.
What, if anything, did he have?
I don't understand your question. You have,
How many firearms did he have? Did you see him with the firearm? Was anyone else around that morning, or that night? Excuse me?
after his name and, I don't know what the relation is, but another girl came out of the house.
Okay, did you see anyone else outside?
Yeah.
You never saw the Explorer after you got out?
No.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Remember talking to the police about that?
Yes.
You're sure that you never told them that you saw the Explorer?
After I heard the shooting, I ran. I seen Adrian. That's all I was focused on. They look for people.
So you didn't tell them that the police that you saw the Explorer take off? You never said that?
I did say that.
So you did say that?
Yes.
Okay, so the last time you saw the Explorer was when?
Was when I got out of it.
Okay, so you did it take off immediately?
No.
So when did it take off?
After, by the time the police got there.
When in
A little
relation?
bit before that.
Okay, so when in relation to the shooting did the Explorer take off?
A couple minutes after.
I didn't hear you.
A couple minutes after.
So how long after? So what are Rob and Brian doing during those couple of minutes after the shooting?
I'm not sure. I was hoping AJ or Adrian trying to.
At any point, did you see anybody outside?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Council Grant. Can you tell us how you pronounce your last name?
Caso?
Caso. Tyler Caso?
Yeah.
And you've been testifying to the events of Sunday, October 30th, that's still over, sorry, October 8th, that's still over until Monday, October 9th, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew an individual by the name of Adrian, right?
Yes.
And you socialized him on different occasions, right?
Yes.
You go to the club with him, right?
Yes.
You would, you knew his phone number.
Yes.
In fact, you trusted him enough to drive your own vehicle.
Yes.
And that was a nice car. What kind of car was that?
A Dodge Durango?
And you took care of that, right?
Yes.
And you were proud of that car, right?
Yes.
And on October 8th, he was driving it back from this club because you were intoxicated.
Yes.
And he had been drinking as well, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you received some injuries as a result of something that happened. Remember that?
I said a black man in the car accident.
So the car got into an accident and you got injured, correct?
Yes.
And your car, was it operable? Can you try to drive it home or was it?
No.
No way.
Yeah, the way I drive.
Okay, so it was, you felt that the car had been damaged to it pretty significant, right?
Yes.
And did Adrian Yanti, did he stay at the scene and help you out or what did he do?
No.
No way.
You left.
He left you?
Yes.
And where were you?
I was trying to figure out my car was sold. I was sitting inside my car in the passenger seat.
And then you decided to call somebody to help, right?
Yes.
Now, what is that? Can you identify an individual you know as Rob, right?
Yes.
Do you know his full name?
Yes.
What's his name?
Robert Pearson?
And you know his family who were present before him?
Yes.
And so you're friends with kind of both of them. You're friends with Adrian and you're friends with Rob, right?
Yes.
And so you called Rob because you wanted him to do something, help you in some way.
I just need Rob to come get me from the accident.
And when you arrived with any law enforcement there,
Yes.
and did you engage in any type of conversation?
No.
And Rob was there, wasn't his vehicle, right?
No.
He didn't crash your vehicle.
No.
So there was, would you agree he didn't have any sort of beef at all? It would have to be.
No.
And as far as you know, did he ever have any issues with Adrian Yanti?
No.
Do you know, have you ever been in a room with you and Adrian and Rob at any time?
No.
So now, this residence on West Lafayette Street in the city of Detroit, you knew that Adrian lived there, right?
Yes.
In fact, you gave Rob directions how to get to that house.
Yes.
And your testimony today is that you just wanted to retrieve your keys,
Yes.
but you were upset about this whole thing, you being left there, car being smashed, right? And so when you were driving, when Rob drove you there, you're the one that got out of the car, right?
Yes.
And you're the one that approached this residence at West Lafayette, right?
Yes.
And did Mr. Yanti appear to be calm, or how did he react to your presence?
Sorry, yelling.
Was he upset?
Aggressive.
Aggressive, okay. And did he stay in the house, or did at some point he come out?
He came out.
And was this at night?
Yes.
So at some point, you testified that you saw that Mr. Yanti had received some, appeared to be gunshot wounds, right?
Yes.
Right. Before that, when you saw that, was Mr. Yanti on his porch? Was he in the grass? Was he in the street? Where was he?
When I seen him with a gunshot, I went to the street.
So he went from his porch all the way to the street.
Yes.
And that's where you were, correct?
Yes.
Were you standing there, moving forward or moving back? How were you doing?
He was coming, I was staying still and he was coming out with the gate down the sidewalk.
Again, in a calm way, or how would you describe his physical movements?
Like you're gonna do something, like you're trying to fight.
So would you characterize it as aggressive or calm or how?
Aggressive.
And when you saw him, did he say words that were consistent with being aggressive?
Yes.
What did he say?
So I'm gonna beat your ass twice, and when we got closer, he said, no, I'm gonna shoot you, I'm gonna shoot you.
Did you know him ever have a gun, carry one?
I know you had guns, he's posting them, and like you always tell me you had them.
And you knew that back in October of 2023, right?
Yes.
And when you saw him, was his hands like way up in the air, like peacefully? He said, yes, ma'am.
No.
And you described his hands where?
Like his waistband area.
And you were, I know the press, we asked you questions about an interview. You were aware that your interview was videotaped?
Yes.
In fact, you were a former police officer yourself, right?
Yes.
And you take, as in your training as a law enforcement, you take threats, I'm gonna shoot you pretty seriously, right?
Yes.
And so did you believe that those threats were real?
Yes.
And so as you were backing up, where was Adrian Lenz's hands?
Right.
Where was his hands as you were backing up into the street?
Towards his pockets, waistband area.
And did you know what he had in his pockets?
No.
And did Rob ever tell you what to do when you got to that house where Adrian lived?
No.
He didn't give you any instructions, do anything, not do anything?
No.
Just 1 second. Nothing else, thank you, Judge.
Can you redirect?
Yes, please, Your Honor. So what was Rob saying in the car ride on the Waiver?
I told him I was gonna go get my keys from him. He said, where is it? I told him where it was. And I got on my phone, tried calling Adrian. Called like 6 times, he didn't answer. And that's what I'm doing.
You didn't say anything else?
No.
When you walked up to Adrian after he was shot, what, if anything, did he have with him?
Nothing.
What about a firearm?
No.
I think for the record, thank you.
Sir. Mr. Yante was a friend of yours?
Yes.
In fact, you were hanging out that day, you said you went to a strip club, right?
Yes.
And I imagine at the strip club, you guys were having a good time, drinking and so forth.
Yes.
You as well as Mr. Yante, right?
Yes.
Mr. Yante, when you leave that location, Mr. Yante is driving your vehicle,
Yes.
he crashes your vehicle.
Yes.
Who did he crash the vehicle into?
I'm not sure.
You don't know what he hit? It was another vehicle.
I don't know. I woke up to the impact of the crash.
Yeah, how did you look to see your car?
He had driven the car like 2 blocks down behind.
Oh, so he hit something and kept moving.
Yes.
He was able to keep driving.
Yeah.
The car was out.
The tire was pushed all the way in, and that's when he had to stop.
Okay. And this was your vehicle. I
Yes.
imagine you were pretty upset about your vehicle being crashed.
Yes.
Did you get into an argument with Mr. Yante?
Yes.
And he left you there.
Yes.
I'm sure that didn't make you happy either, right?
Yes.
So then you call the defendant, Mr. Perazon, Mr. Perazon, right?
Yes.
He's another good friend of yours, I imagine.
Yes.
He comes, now, when he gets there, you tell Mr. Perazon what happened?
I told him on the phone that he crashed my car and he picked it up.
Okay, so when he gets there, what if anything does he say?
Nothing.
Nothing. You tell him that you want to go to Mr. Deontay's house.
We got inside the car.
And just want to go to Mr. Deontay's house and fight Mr. Deontay?
No.
Crash in your car?
Yeah.
And leave you?
Yeah.
Go over there and get your keys.
Yes.
To a key that you can't, to a car you can't drive.
Yes.
Why?
So I can get out of the car.
So you get out of here. When is the car in?
I believe that night.
You need your keys to get it out of there.
The next day, yes.
What are you gonna do?
It was a Sunday night, so we get Monday morning.
So what are you gonna do?
I was gonna tell it to my mechanic, see how much it cost me to fix.
You need keys to your children.
Yes.
Why?
Just say I'm gonna keep my car, sir.
And the vehicle that the defendant Mr. Perazon picked you up in, what kind of vehicle was that?
A silver Explorer.
Silver Explorer. Okay. So you go over to Mr. Deontay's house and you get out and Mr. Deontay comes out of the house and he's angry, hostile towards you, right?
Yes.
He's coming towards you
Yes.
and you're coming towards him.
No. I'm standing still on the sidewalk.
Sorry.
I'm standing still on the sidewalk.
And where is the defendant, Rob?
I'm not sure. I was talking to AJ face to face.
You don't know where he was at?
No.
And have you known Rob and have a gun?
No.
Never seen Rob with a gun before?
No.
Never seen him with a gun in the vehicle when he came to pick you up?
No.
Rob wasn't intoxicated, was he?
No.
So you're on the sidewalk. Mr. Deontay's coming out of the house. He's talking about fighting you, then at some point he talks about shooting you.
Yes.
He's reaching in his waistband.
I believe so, yes. He had his hands in his waist and walked forward.
And then you hear shots. How many shots did you hear?
About 4 or 5. I heard the first 3, and that's when I started running.
And when you run, where do you run to?
Across the street. Between cars.
You didn't try to get back to the car that you came in?
No.
Why not?
It was my first instinct to run, recover.
Where was the car that you came in?
Corner.
On the corner?
They said, opposing me.
Is it in motion or standing still?
This part.
And you say you see Mr. Deontay lying in the street near a car,
Yes.
suffering gunshot wounds.
Yes.
You said there was some other person out there. You said it was his uncle.
Yes.
Who was his uncle?
He just had his hands outside. Was walking around.
Upset about what happened to Mr. Deontay.
Yes.
Anyone else out there?
After I picked my phone and called 911, I seen his aunt, another young girl. There.
Anyone else out there during the shooting?
No.
After the shooting, did you talk to Rob?
No.
You talked to him since?
For legal purposes and stuff.
What do you mean by that?
You know, maybe, say, talk. I knew it was in jail.
Why would he be in jail?
I seen on Facebook.
See, what I'm facing.
They was in jail.
So I mean, soon after this happened, because you get a cell phone, right?
Yes.
You didn't call him to see if he was all right? Did you see what just happened? Did you see that Yante just got killed?
No, the police did not call the scene.
When you got home that day, you didn't call Rob and said, man, that was crazy out there what happened. You okay? Nothing like that? Why not?
So I don't know the number by heart, and because
You don't know who's
I-
talking about.
Rob,
Did you call Rob in the first place to come pick you up?
I was contacted my phone, with my iPhone, that was taken.
Any questions based on my question?
Yes, Judge. Starting with the gun, you just testified that you heard 3 or 4 gunshots.
Yes, yes. That's from the first 3. I started running.
No, I understand
didn't
that.
count them after that.
But you remember talking to the police about this?
Yes,
How many gunshots did you tell the police?
I don't recall.
Okay, if I showed you, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes,
I approach it.
Okay.
That's your cell again, please, sir.
yes,
Does that refresh your memory?
yes.
How many gunshots was it?
Around 6 to 8.
How many guns did you hear shooting?
I'm not sure. I didn't stop and count.
You don't know how many guns you heard shooting?
No, I just randomly covered.
Well, do you remember talking to the police about how many guns you heard shooting?
No,
You don't recall that?
no.
Well, if I showed you your statement, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Read that portion, please, sir. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yes.
How many guns did you hear?
I believe one, I said they all came from the same, it was the same noise, but I didn't look for like noise differences.
Well, sir, you know the difference between different guns, right?
Yes,
And so, how many different guns did you hear?
just one.
Okay. Now, you've also said, and you just told Judge King that you never saw Rob leave his truck, is that correct?
Yes,
That's not true, is it?
yes, it is true. I never seen Robbie out of the car. I jumped out first and walked down the street.
So your testimony today, sir, is that you never saw Rob leave the truck.
Yes,
You recall talking to the police about this?
yes,
You recall telling the police that you've seen him run back to his truck and take off after the shooting was done?
no,
You don't recall saying that at all?
no.
Sir, you know your interview is recorded, right?
Yes,
So you know, sir, that you're under oath?
yes.
Okay, so you know that,
I don't recall most of the night because I was high on cocaine for 3 days and under the influence of alcohol. I just got in an accident and that, so I started the main parts of it was just the shooting, you run, you cover.
well, sir, so you agree with me then that at the time you gave this statement, which these were your words, right?
Yes,
They weren't anyone else's words?
no,
You were under the influence at that time?
yes,
And so would you agree with me that at the time you gave this statement, you would remember better then what had happened as opposed to now?
yes,
All right, based on that, I'm gonna ask that this be admitted under the hearsay exception for the limited purpose of recorded recollection.
First of all, his recollection is he doesn't remember making the statement, so where's the foundation for the statement?
And I believe he has to report. That that's a police report or something. It says officer.
It says written statement he signed off on.
He wrote.
it's the written statement written by Officer Barrow, but he signed it, Judge, so he affirmed that this was his question, this was his answer, and he signed it back on October 9th, 2023 at 2:48.
Move for the admission of the written statement, when the officer is supposed to testify.
That's what I'm asking, Judge, just for that limited purpose as to that question, that answer. I'm not asking for the whole thing because I don't think that's been established that the whole document comes just for that question, that answer.
What I'm saying is opposed to moving for the entry of some written statement, oral testimony. Suffice.
That's what I'm asking, Judge, just for that question and answer. That's all I'm doing.
He's testifying to that.
Okay, that's all I'm doing, Judge. And lastly, sir, you were also asked, again, in the same statement, and you've said several times now that you didn't know where the gunshots were coming from, is that fair?
Yes.
But again, you gave a statement to the police about this, right?
Yes.
This is the same statement we've been talking about where you were drunk, high, or both at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall telling the police that you heard the gunshots were coming from where Rob was standing? And again, are you aware that this is your statement, right?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, you signed the statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute the signed statement from you back on October 9th, 2023?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Just on the statement issue. Sir, did you write out these words on the statement that the people have been shown?
No.
And you signed it at the bottom, right?
Yes.
Right, no other question.
Sir, Rob sort of came to your aid, is that right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say it's an opportunity to testify, charge case in which he's charged with premeditated?
No.
It's not an opportunity.
No, sir.
This is your friend that came to your aid and come to believe what I've heard so far, that when someone else was threatening you or coming at you in a threatening manner and talking about shooting, if it was in fact Rob who was firing the shots, he did so kind of defending you, right?
Yes.
You wouldn't feel awkward about coming here and testifying against him?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No, Judge, not for me.
Is your testimony truthful?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Next witness, please.
Officer Barrow, Your Honor.
Ladies, come to the court order. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness starts. Beginning, you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Officer Barrow. Could you state your name again, please, sir?
Good afternoon, Officer Yusuf Barrow.
Officer Barrow, what's your role in this case?
Officer in charge.
Did you make the scene in this case, sir?
Yes.
About what time is that?
I believe around 11:40, close to midnight, maybe a little bit after midnight.
Okay, and what date would that have been, sir, if you recall?
I believe it was October 8th.
When you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
I observed a bunch of Detroit police vehicles with their overhead lights on, caution tape surrounding the scene. I observed the victim laying in the middle of the street with a white blanket covering him next to a white SUV.
As the officer in charge, how many firearms were recovered?
No firearms were recovered.
As it pertains to Mr. Yante solely, how many firearms were recovered from his property?
No firearm was recovered.
Okay. I want to then talk to you, sir. Let me sure I have the right dates. 2 days later, October 10th, 2023, what were your duties as it pertains to this case that day?
I was working, I don't know, I gotta refresh my.
Well, as it pertains to any suspects, what did you do with regards to suspects that day?
We conducted we made the Detroit Detention Center to conduct an interview.
When you say we, who's the we?
Me and Sergeant Samuel Lang from Homicide.
And who did you interview?
We interviewed Defendant Robert Parzon.
Okay. How did you begin that conversation?
We first sat him down and read him his constitutional rights.
How many times did you advise him of his rights?
We read it to him, then I had him read them himself.
Okay. After you read him his, well, first, did he indicate for you if he understood his rights?
Yes, he stated that he did.
Okay. After going through his rights, what if anything did he say immediately thereafter?
He stated he wanted.
I mean, is he given to a statement?
For the rest of the parliamentarians?
Yes.
That's fine. Yes.
Officer Barrow,
Yes, correct.
did you videotape the statement?
Yes,
Okay. Did you give him a form to sign that provides the rights?
yes.
Do you have that form?
I believe it's in my my folder.
And did you have him write out a statement?
Right, written statement? No.
Why don't you just give him a pen and then write out a statement?
So when we first read his constitutional rights, he asked for a lawyer.
Okay. And then you stopped and just went back to the station?
No, we stopped. We walked about 10 feet from the room. Then he turned to me and stated that, you know what, I want to come back inside and talk to you guys.
Those were his words. I want you to come back here.
No, his exact words were, he did use a curse word. I don't know if I should say.
Go ahead.
He said, "Fuck this shit. I'll talk to you guys."
And where was this where was this happening?
So in the Detroit Detention Jail, they have the interview rooms. It's like maybe 10 to 15 feet out of the interview room.
And then you didn't say anything to solicit that response, right?
No.
You didn't say this is your time to talk or anything like that?
Did I say one more time?
And the advice of rights, did you read it to him?
Yes.
Did he initial all the advice of rights?
I can't recall. I have to look at the piece of paper.
Okay, all right, Governor, I don't challenge the voluntariness of the state.
All right, the court makes a finding for exam purposes under the statement to normally voluntary.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I, first, Officer Barrow, would you recognize a copy of that video if I showed it today?
Yes.
Show Mr. Schulman what's marked as People's Exhibit 2.
I have it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
Mr. Barrow, please watch as much of that as you need to familiarize yourself with, sir.
This is the Detroit Detention Room, interview room at the Detroit Detention Center.
Officer Barrow, based on your review, not only just now, but previously, does the contents of this video fairly and accurately show the conversation between yourself, Sergeant Mackey, and Mr. Farazan?
Yes.
Again, based on those same reviews, have there been any changes or alterations to the contents therein?
No.
I move for the admission of proposed exhibit number 2 into evidence.
No objection, purposes the same.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes.
I just have one more, Judge.
Are you doing that? What's going on, Mr. Pope?
I have that stipulated, Judge, and I sent it to your other clerk. I don't know if I have the right address.
Oh, it's the CR234 at 36 District Court.
CTR.
Like courtroom?
CR. I'm a visual. I'm a visual.
You want me to write it down?
Yes, please.
Right.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
I'm not a judge. After the record, I'm gonna be beginning around the 5-minute 43-second mark, Judge.
Okay.
Let's take these cuffs off again. Do you want the cuffs off or do you want? Yeah, just because of the because of things. Yeah, I got you. No problem. Did you talk to the nurse about that?
That's what it was.
That's it, yeah. Any other things? Parazon? Is that how you say it? Yeah. All right, so Mr. Parazon, as we were walking you back to building 500, you said you wanted to give a statement without an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Did myself or any other officer threaten you?
No.
Okay. What changed your mind? Why do you want to give a statement? I just got to make sure that it's not because somebody threatened you or promised you anything or.
Nobody threatened me, nothing like that, man. This is my cousin's a police officer for you guys, Brian Gadwell. And
I've known Gadwell for over 20 years, man.
And I know that this shit is disappointing. It's fucking self-defense.
Tell us what happened.
I got a call from my friend Tyler. He's an ex-cop. And I missed it. I called him back. He's panicking. Come get me, come get me. He said, this nigga just totaled my car. And I said, where are you at? He said, I'm on Michigan. Michigan or what? He said he was on Michigan and Cabot. I was like, send me your location. I operated my car and went directly to him. And I approached. I seen the cop cars at the other car first, and then I pulled up on Cabot, and I seen Tyler's car and the cop cars over there that were talking to him. And I seen Tyler's car, and we got in the car. He said, take me to AJ's house. And I was like, where the fuck is AJ at? And he tells me Ellesmere and Lafayette.
he at? So we go over there and they fucking first Tyler's at the house talking and nobody's coming out and all I see is ladies and I'm just standing back and just next thing you know, the guy comes running out the house. He kept grabbing at his hip and Tyler and him kept like pushing and shoving over the fucking fence. Pushing and shoving over the fence and then then he kept saying, just stop fucking doing this. I'm gonna fucking shoot you. I'm gonna fucking shoot you. Play with you, Tyler. I'm gonna fucking shoot you. Did it like 4 or 5 times. And then the fucking final time, Tyler like ran up on him and pushed him. So he like flew back into his porch. He came through the fence and he pulled out of his pocket. That's when everything happened.
What do you mean?
Pulled something out of his pocket, aimed, and I reacted, and I blacked out. I don't know exactly. I just freaked out.
What do you think? What did he pull out of it? Could you see what it was that he pulled out, or you just saw them reaching and pulling?
It looked like a gun. It looked like he pulled the gun out of his pocket, out of his rear pocket.
That's when you shot him?
Yes.
You remember how many times you shot him?
No, sir.
What happened after you shot him?
I panicked. I ran.
Where'd you run to?
My car.
Well, what kind of car was that?
Silver Ford.
Okay. And after you took off, what happened after you got in your car?
I went straight to the freeway, and then we called them.
What do you mean we called them? Who did you call?
I called Tyler.
Stop there, you're gonna be 12 minutes per segment.
Okay. You have more?
I was just checking, Judge, I apologize. I was just checking. I was talking about the video, just making sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Officer Barrett. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Is the officer?
Yes.
We saw that video. You didn't re-Mirandize him at any point on that video, did you?
No.
It sounded like when you said, I don't want to talk to you, I'm my lawyer, and then later you said, I want to talk to you. You didn't tell him, okay, I want to go through these rights again. You didn't do that.
No, we brought him back. We stated, do you still want your lawyer present? He stated no. We told him that anybody promised you or threatened you in any way to give a statement. He stated no. And we just recently read his Miranda rights about 2 minutes ago. And he stated that he did understand them when we read them 2 minutes ago.
Now, and that's all on videotape as well, the first discussions and also on.
Yes.
Now, there's a 911 call, and then you arrive at the scene.
I arrived after the officers secured the scene. They called homicide and then we come home.
So you weren't part of the first responders, right?
No, I wasn't.
Do you know how long it was before the first responders arrived? Did you know?
If I remember, it was approximately 3 to 4 minutes.
And the complainant's uncle was present, right?
Yes, he was behind the gate where sitting on the porch where the other family was.
And he was not, you don't know what he had been doing those approximately 3 minutes?
No, I don't know.
And did you search that house? Did you go into the house to search any weapons?
No, we had no reason to believe there was weapons inside the house.
My question, did you go to the house at all?
No, we didn't search the house.
Did you ask the uncle if the decedent had any weapons?
I can't recall. I know I conducted an interview, but I can't recall.
Did you ask anybody in the house if there was any weapons?
No.
Did you videotape your search around the area for any weapons?
Yes, everything was on police officer's body cam, and my interview with the uncle was on body cam.
After this interview occurred, how long after this?
2 days.
And after the interview, did you go and inquire whether any of his plan or his family or anything like that?
No, we just went back and did a recap just at the scene.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Keel?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Any witnesses on behalf?
All right, thank you.
We would on behalf of the defendant. No witnesses on behalf of the defendant.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to move for to bind over this charge of the complaint warrant for the following reasons. So, Your Honor, as you heard both in the statement by Mr. Gadzo as well as the interrogation conducted by Officer Barrow with Mr. Parazon, this case began with a car accident that occurred, I don't know the exact time, within a few hours beforehand, though, Judge, on October 8th, 2023. Mr. Parazon picks up Mr. Gadzo, takes him to Adrian Yante's house where there's a confrontation. Depending on who you ask, Mr. Parazon saw some pushing back and forth between the two. Mr. Gadzo says that there was no physical altercation, just an exchange of words. Everyone but Mr. Parazon agrees so that Mr. Yante didn't have a gun at that point, and no gun was ever recovered from the area. Mr. Parazon indicates that he saw a gun, and then he fired, well, he blacked out and fired his gun an unknown amount of times. The problem I have with this, Judge, is that prior to the shooting, Mr. Parazon indicates that Tyler Gadzo pushed Mr. Yante and he landed up against the front steps like this. And then as he's approaching, he has apparently got a gun out and is pointing at something like this, and that's when he blacks out and fired. We know that this isn't true and cannot physically be, Judge, because at least 3 of the gunshot wounds are to the back of Mr. Adrian Yante. We also know that in the time that Mr. Parazon picked up Mr. Gadzo, he had a gun, he drove over, in a situation which, although Mr. Gadzo says he wasn't angry, we know that's not true. We also know that he wasn't very truthful in his testimony to today's judge, because the fact is that he had told the police, or at least he was so intoxicated that he had seen Mr. Parazon exit the vehicle, the gunshots were coming from right where Mr. Parazon was standing, and that he saw Mr. Parazon get back in the vehicle and drive off. So based on both of their own words, I think that for a probable cause standard, Judge, that the burden of proof has been met. And Mr. Parazon brought a pistol, went to that house, shot between 6 and 8 times, hitting Mr. Yante at least 6 times, killed him, and then drove off. For those reasons, Your Honor, I ask that you bind over as charged in the complaint form. Thank you.
Your Honor, I recognize that it's a probable cause standard, but we refer to murder as a probable cause standard. And the question is, what is the evidence of premeditation? If you take evidence, you want to say like most favorable to the government, because that's not the standard, but if you look at the evidence that's been presented, we have Mr. Parazon coming to pick up the witness, Tyler Gadzo, without any notice. It's not like we're planning, it's not. In fact, the accident is by its definition not planned. Mr. Parazon actually has someone in the car, doesn't suggest that that person has anything to do with this. And he comes to the scene, and it's really Mr. Gadzon's idea to go pick up his keys to whether confront or have some contact with the complainant. So there's no plan or discussion, let's go get him, let's go beat him up, let's go kill him, let's go shoot him. Nothing, not a robbery, nothing like that. In fact, it's undisputed that the defendant's not even in the scene. He's not at on the porch, he's not in the driveway, he's not on the grass, he's not anywhere in that area. We do know that the complainant dies in the street. I think that's important because it's not like he's in his house you have, immunity to flee. Here, the complainant, by both their testimony, is coming out. Now, there's no contact between Tyler, the witness, and the defendant. In fact, the defendant was arrested soon after, and the witness is interviewed almost immediately. And both of them say exactly the same thing: I'm going to shoot, which is not just a coincidence, because that's clearly what the complainant is saying, in addition to the aggressive words and deep grass and all those things. Plus, we know he's coming up the porch and going into the street, and according to the witness, coming in the direction. Now we down to the question of whether it was a firearm, or reasonable to believe it was a firearm, and I recognize there's some questions back there. But we don't know from both of them. One says they saw, it looks like something in his waistband, and the defendant says he sees a firearm. And then the police come sometime later, and they don't recover firearm. Well, the jury instructions do allow for you to be wrong about it. You can be wrong about not knowing the person has a firearm. And of course, that's a jury question. But still, there's got to be premeditation. I think a bind over on manslaughter would be appropriate. I don't think there's any record of plan, scheme, or motive. I know that premeditation doesn't require hours of thought, but here was a very volatile situation with the complainant and the witness are getting into it. It's escalating from argument to whether it's pushing or some kind of, keep your ass kind of. And I know you don't bring a gun to a barroom fight, but once you inject this, I'm going to shoot you. I think at that point, it's a question of manslaughter or non-manslaughter, heat of the moment, passions, those kind of things. You've seen premeditation where the guy runs out and gets a gun. There's nothing like that. You see premeditation where someone brings a gun, drive-by shootings. That's premeditation. But this is literally an escalated fight, and emotions are high. Probably individuals are drunk, right? Drugs, and they're doing things that they probably would not necessarily do if they were sober. And so I think a reasonable jury could find this was manslaughter or not manslaughter, and I think there's a reasonable defense of self-defense as well. At least on bind over without any premeditation, I don't think it's appropriate to bind over on first degree murder. We ask for bind over lesser included. Thank you, Judge.
So let's start from square one. I don't think there's any issue as to the identity of the defendant who shot and killed Adrian Leonte. The question is, as to what degree are we looking at? The defendant tells us himself that he is in fact the shooter. He shot him. In fact, he tells us that he intended to shoot him based on what he was perceiving, allegedly. So he satisfies that on the second degree murder. People have charged first degree murder premeditated. So what evidence do I have that there was premeditation? We have the witness, Mr. Cazzo, who caused the defendant to pick him up after the accident. That's basically all I have. I don't know what the substance of that conversation was, other than come and get me, come and pick me up. So the defendant goes and picks him up, and then he tells the defendant to take me over to Mr. Leonte's house to get my keys, according to him. So the defendant takes him over there to get keys from Mr. Leonte. Mr. Leonte comes out and supposedly is aggressive and is making threats and walking towards Mr. Cazzo. And then the defendant, for whatever reason, fires a shot. Now the court recognizes that you can defend others just as you defend yourself, but that defense has to be reasonable. Was him shooting Mr. Leonte reasonable? Was he in fear that Mr. Cazzo's life was in danger? Death of great bodily harm? I think that's a question of fact to be determined by a trial. Getting back to whether or not there was premeditation. So I haven't heard any evidence about there being some plan or scheme to do anything on the ride over there. Even though he came armed with a gun, to go pick him up from this accident, not necessarily to go do harm to Mr. Leonte. So I don't know at what point does he arm himself, or is he always armed? I don't know. But he goes over there, and the shots to the back, there were apparently 3 shots to Mr. Yante's back, but I don't know in what order those shots took effect. I don't know if they started out in the front as he was shot, turned to fall, as he was turning to fall, he was continuing to shoot, and those shots took effect in his back at that point, or if he saw or heard the first couple of shots or something, took off running and got shot in the back. Quite frankly, I don't know. There's not a witness who testified in this preliminary examination that can tell me. So, in the number of shots doesn't necessarily give us premeditation either. And I think that's well established in case law that just the number of shots does not necessarily prove premeditation. So although the court is not convinced that we have a voluntary manslaughter here, I'm also not persuaded that we have a first-degree murder premeditated. I think what we have here is a second-degree murder and a felony firearm. So the court will reduce count 1 to second-degree murder, finding over on that, and count 2 felony firearm. The court finding that those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to believe this has been committed will bind over as such. His arraignment on the information date and time will be November 10th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. Bond will be continued.
Judge, I may need to amend, contact the AY judge to change that date. I'm here in the state. I'm sure I'll work with the public.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Thank you, you as well. Mr. Pope, you didn't take care of you yet? We didn't take care of it yet?
Not yet, Judge, I guess,
CTRM,
no, I sent it.
oh.
That email address I don't have access to, I just found out. I don't have access to
Send
it
it to
because
me,
only
Mr.
Arnita
All
does.
right, hold on.
Kenneth.King at 36districtcourt.org.
You say that one more time, Judge?
Kenneth.King at 36districtcourt.org.
I got one question, Your Honor. So count two was admitted to felony firearm, right?
No, that was found over as charged.
Found over there.
I usually modify the time a little bit, Judge, because I did 12 to 4.
Friday afternoon. We had 3 hours. Not used to that.
Thank you, sir. Happy birthday, Timothy Johnson. Did you send it, Mr. Polk? I don't see it. Yeah. Here it goes. Spell court wrong. No, CTR. No, that's spelled court. COURT. The CTR. That's 36th District Court. Spelled court. Okay. Put an I there.
Oh, this should be. Thanks.
Okay, you sent it?
Yes.
Let me see.
Still no.
Nope. Okay, Kenneth dot King,
Kenneth.
Kenneth.
Yes.
Dot King.
Oh, not King.
Yes, you were visual.
I am. Can't hear.
36 is 3628. Mr. Court, Dr.
It should be there this time.
There it is, got it.
Yep. Got called in there.
Change the time.
Yeah, because I put 12 to 4, so you will give them. It's 3 now. 3 to 7. That'll give them enough time. I think the bank's closed at 6 today, so. Most of them should have enough time to do.
Once more, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Okay, you are all set. Thank you.
All right.
Madam Clerk, can you, email it to me?
Yes.
Now, just email it to my friend.
Okay, is this something to be sent to, is it telephone? Need to send it to?
Oh, yeah, I guess they need a copy.
I'll send it to them too.
Thank you so much. And I'll send, give you my email address.
Have a good weekend, my friend.
You as well.
I hear you.
All right, appreciate you. Take
All
care.
right,
Enjoy
so,
the weekend.
you too, right?
All right.
Y'all have a good weekend.
Sure. That's all for the docket today, folks. Hope to see you next Monday. Same bad station, same bad time. Have a good weekend. Hope to see you tomorrow.